Hello, everyone, and welcome to week number 5 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix, and welcome to the city of Baku, Azerbaijan, a city of just over 2 million. Well, we are now just past the halfway point on the Junior Grand Prix, and the placements of points begin to paint a picture as to who will qualify for Nagoya and the final. 3 events to go. The women's short program coming up shortly here in Baku, and we have Leila Oka of Japan, who won in Ankara. She will be looking for another 15 points and 13 to secure Nagoya. Yihan Wang of China, who has 11 points, will need a win to give herself a chance. Those on the outside looking in and could upset the apple cart: Aruna Murakami of Japan and Leandra Zimpukakas of Switzerland, and there are others who might surprise. So it is day number 1 here in Baku. 35 skaters from 30 nations. The women's short program begins right now. Hello everyone, welcome to Baku, Azerbaijan. Day number 1 of competitions. We take a look at some of the remarkable structures here. The architecture is a mixture of historic and modern. As we take a look inside the arena here, there are a number of arenas here in Azerbaijan. One massive one, about 15,000 seats, just about a block away from here. This is the location of the Junior Grand Prix, seats around 4,000, which we won't have here. It's a Junior Grand Prix. And we just finished the men's short program. There's some really good skating in there as we take a look at the start order in group number 1. I'm Ted Barton. Mark Hanratty will be joining me around 7 o'clock here local time, probably around about an hour and a half or so that we will be able to fill the warm-up times with our yapping and discussion and topics and you name it. He'll be joining me in about an hour and a half. Take a look at the start order for the whole competition here. There are 35 women in this event, 6 groups. And as we always say, a very wide range of skill ability from those who are just on the Junior Grand Prix representing their country from a nation that's not an ice skating nation normally, and coming here doing the best they can with whatever skills that they do have, all the way up to the Korean and Japanese skaters, Americans, and great skaters around, Estonians, you name it, Latvians. As we take a look at the officials for this event, of course, we always thank them for the time that they spend away from friends and family and their work to help officiate these events. Without them, these events would not be possible, so we thank them for all their time. Well, it's been a busy Junior Grand Prix so far, and the 1 week off, of course, we went to Beijing to cover the Skate to Milano Olympic qualifying event, and that was exciting on a whole number of different levels. First of all, the ISU announced their partnership with Elliott, new sportswear. We've been wearing them now just for last few days here, and you'll see them on our broadcast when Mark joins me. And they're a wonderful company and a wonderful gear that we've got. Outdoor nature, back to nature, and it's fantastic, and they're really, really comfortable. Thank gosh, because we're in cold rinks, so it's really nice to have those gears. So they've announced that, of course, and what we thought was just going to be the qualifying event for Olympics became much more. Why? Because the people's stories. The stories are extraordinary of how these athletes and what they have gone through. You will never hear those stories, basically. We try to tell as much as we can in the broadcast, but there's never enough time because we're covering the event. So interesting, in this group here, I was just speaking with Karen Preston, who's a coach, Canadian champion from years ago, an Olympian back in 1992, and she coaches Michil Akhtambatar from Mongolia. And we were talking about how valuable the Junior Grand Prix is for these skaters who are gaining experience of things, travel, for instance, and doing things that they would never normally have to do at their age. And Michil showed up to Toronto. She went to Toronto to start to train, showed up on her own all the way from wherever her hometown is, got her apartment, registered for university, and then came to the rink to skate, all on her own. And these are the types of commitments that families make and skaters make. And you have to grow up real fast, because even though you might be young in numbers and age in years that you have lived, you have to be a little older in your mind to understand what you have to commit to participate in the sport. And some have to commit more than others, of course, but it's extraordinary, and it makes you a very strong person, and you have lots of highs and lots of lows emotionally, but coming out of this sport, going into the rest of your life, it will serve you extremely well. It may not seem like it at the moment that you have the challenging days, but later on in life, your success, much of it, is because of what you've gone through in a sport such as this. So it was a really interesting conversation with Karen, and she said, you know, I've been in the spotlight myself, I've been at the Olympics, done it, and now it's more important to help the young person as much as the young skater, or in fact more than the young skater. And I completely support and believe in that. As we take a look at Hannah Frank from Austria, she'll skate first in this event. Our job here, not only as coaches and as volunteers, both Mark and I take it very seriously. Our responsibility is to be supportive at whatever level you're at, or how good or how poorly you skate. These are potentially traumatic experiences if you don't put them in context and you don't put them in reality, and keeping your feet on the ground and knowing this is just one of the downs before you have some ups. So I think we all feel very protective of this environment for the juniors to help them get through the growing years, the ups and downs of high performance sport as they move into seniors around the age of 17. And these skaters, many of them are so highly skilled, it's extraordinary. They don't even know how skilled they are because it just becomes sort of second nature to them. But stepping into the competitive arena, which we're 1 minute away from, is a different ballgame. You know, you skate great in practice or in warm-up, but when clear the ice has been called and the first skater is out to do their program, everything changes. The nerves get a little tighter, your expectations grow or shrink, and your mind talks to you with several different kind of personalities. One that's positive and one that's a bit negative, and you have to sort it out as you go through your program. It's complicated, but it's challenging and it's good long-term in life. Okay, I've managed to fill in a full 6 minutes of talking by myself. It's the last time I'll do that today. Waiting for Mark to come in and take over the content, the time. We have a lot of fun. Love working with Mark Hanrad. He's a great guy, positive, very knowledgeable, does his homework, and a lot of fun to work with. And it's a privilege and an honor to have him as my partner on the Junior Grand Prix and the final as well. Here we go. Event number 2 on day number 1 here in Baku, the women's short program. Our first skater represents Austria, 16-year-old Hannah Frank. This will be Hannah's second Junior Grand Prix this season. She was 12th in Riga in week 1. And she has a 48.94 season's best in the short. She'd really like to beat that score, get up into the 50s, as she'll skate the short program to Rockme Amadeus. 16-year-old Hannah Frank from Austria. Hannah has improved so much in her commitment to the performance. Really unfortunate about the jump combination. And she had to take a fall on that because the triple loop was a beauty, the double axel was great, and you can see the technique is all solid and all there. And I'd love to see what that score would be with a clean skate. But good deep edges on her step sequence, good transitions into and out of elements, good spins as well. Huge improvement over the past season, just in the basic skating skills. If you take a look here, there's the triple flip on a big lean, and she tries to get up with the triple toe loop, and it's downgraded, can't get that foot turned around to keep underneath her to keep standing up. That was unfortunate, but what a great effort. Here's a triple loop, it's a beauty, straight up, soft knees on the landing, so nice. Here's a bracket, sets up the step forward on the back, forward outside edge, arms and free legs snap up off that edge. Good work on that landing edge. Here's some of the steps. Look at the knees, so softly working the back inside loop. Some little hops and some toe steps. Final spin here at the end of the program, level 4, change of edge. There it is, that's that feature. Great flexibility there. We'll jump over to the back sit spin. A wonderful flexibility here in your final wind-up spin. Their season's best is 48.94. She should beat that here. Personal best is 51.97. We'll see how close she comes to that. And you can really see the difference in Hannah's skating skills and speed across the ice. Now it gets down to skating clean programs with triple combination, making no mistakes on that, plus keeping everything else she's got, finding out, well, what will that score be? Where would that put me in the event? Then she can do a better comparison against the skaters that might be in front of her. What else does she need? But certainly big improvement. Really nice skating skills. Let's take a look at the short program score, season best at 50.21. Small nod of approval by Hannah there. She is the first skater out in this event. Nice job.
Next skater representing.
Our next competitor represents Israel, 16-year-old Sophia Shiffrin. She's the junior champion of Israel, was 17th at Junior Worlds last year. This is her second Junior Grand Prix this season. She has a 59.51 personal best score from the World Championships just last year. Skating the short program to Big Spender and Rich Man's View.
The minute you walked in the joint, I could see you were a man of distinction, a real big spender, good looking, so refined. Say, wouldn't you like to know what's going on in my mind? So let me get right to the point. I don't pop my cork for every guy I see. Hey, big spender, for love's good time.
It's me.
16-year-old Sophia Shiffrin from Israel
Sophia Shiffrin
lays down a
from
clean
Israel.
program here in Baku. Second skater out in a field of 35. Wow, that was a great program. Really good work, lots of detail, and you'll see some isolated choreographic movements, which weren't always easy to do in the program. There's the triple Lutz, up into the triple toe loop. Great work there. Not a lot of speed to it, but she made sure she got high enough to get all the way around. And here's the double axel. Nice spread eagle right up into the double axel. Fast in the air, fast on the landing. Beautiful. Little leg kick. We'll slow this down here. Here's the triple loop. Straight up. Look how tight and fast she is in the rotation, and then a little twizzle on the landing edge. And here's some of the steps. I just wanted to show this. If you take a look at the depth of edge, here's a little bracket right in there, and then just a loop here, and then like an illusion to watch here, the head movement, just the isolation. Now in the middle of doing your technical element, your step sequence, you stop and move across the ice on your toes while you're moving your head separately. That's not easy to do. Looks easy, but it isn't. Bielman at the end, level 4 layback spin. She has a 59.51 personal best. I think she's going to beat that here with that score.
The scores, please. Sophia Shiffrin, Israel, has earned in the short
A
program
61.57, and a big smile on her face there as she takes over first place really early on in the competition, but that score should hold up to keep her in the upper group. Maybe not the last group, we'll find out, but great skate by Sophia Shiffrin. Wonderful improvement.
Mesa Udella from Mongolia.
Our next skater, Michiel Octar from Mongolia. What a story that she has in moving to Canada, going to university, getting on the ice. It doesn't matter the level. That's a pursuit of a dream to compete, and here she is. 19-year-old Michiel
Octar
Octar from Mongolia. And this is just a perfect example on so many levels of a skater who loves the sport. It's a big part of their life. It's not all of their life. And still pursuing their dream of competing internationally, which she is, and having a coach who has lots of other students back at home, but feels the responsibility to follow through with the person who also happens to skate, to help the person through their preparation and through an international experience. As we take a look at the double Lutz, double toe loop, good fight to get through that landing on the double toe, double axel. Gets the blade all the way around. That's good. It says under rotated, but she has to take the fall. And then the double loop a little bit later. And here's some of the steps. There's a loop right there. Down in the knees. And the step sequence comes in just to level 1, so not reaching all the features required for a higher level. But good soft knees and some nice edge work as well. Right at the end of the program. But a great example of pursuing a skating career alongside an academic career, as many athletes do. Nice job. And there with Michiel is Karen Preston, former Canadian champion, fierce competitor. I mean that in a positive way because she always delivered what she could do at the moment she most needed it. Let's take a look at the scores for Michiel. A 28.29, that is the season's best, and that'll put Michiel currently into 3rd place.
Which is her new season's best and currently brings her to the 3rd place. Next to skate.
Our next skater is just 13 years old. Representing Turkey, Leila Satan. This is her first Junior Grand Prix season, but 2nd event. She was 15th in Octar. Showed some wonderful skills in that competition. I'm looking forward to watching this young woman develop over the next few seasons skating to Dom Perignon.
Leila Satan.
Leila Satan from Turkey. My gosh, 13 years old. What a charmer. And does she ever have good skills? And the most exciting thing, or one of the most exciting things about this young woman, is the inspiration that she is and will be giving to young skaters in Turkey. She's determined, she's focused, and she's highly skilled. And she can see the levels of difficulty. Double axel, hands above the head, rotates nicely, good extensions on the landing. There's the triple Lutz. Gets the free leg back just in time to put the pick in to get the double toe done. And that was the plan for a triple double. And this lay back here, look at this. Right into the Bielman, perfectly centered, good speed, with a little jump exit difficulty, adding that for the GOE. And here's the triple loop, sets it up with some turns, straight up in the air all the way around, no problem. Certainly as she gets a little stronger, she'll have a little bit more speed and ice coverage. What a wonderful flying sit that was. That's a level 4. And the step sequence here, here's a twizzle, the opposite direction from her natural rotation. That was well done. There's a bracket. A step forward, another 3 turn there. You can see all the skating skills, multi-directional, good deep edges, nice flow. Step sequence in at level 2. And there's her final portion of the change combo spin, level 4, right at the end. And you can see just a little, oh, we missed it, but just a little bit of a smile sneak onto her face, proud of them performing at the level that she had trained for. Just wonderful. And it's so nice in Turkey. They're doing such a great job. They're learn to skate programs, more people motivated to become figure skaters, and you see these young skaters that are setting the way or setting the standard for our next generation. Season's best, 51.38, as she goes, that's pretty good. That's a nice score. And that will put her currently into 2nd place. Great job. Bright future. A long ways to go. There'll be ups and downs for sure, but what a charmer. Our next skater represents Azerbaijan, Sabina Aliaba. 17 years old. This is her 2nd Junior Grand Prix season. Personal international best in the short is 51.02. Skating here in front of friends and family. It's always a joy, but also a little bit added stress as she'll skate the short program to Dansk Cup. 17-year-old Sabina Aliaba from Azerbaijan, and you can see her twice put her hands on her head for that single loop. And that feeling, it happened so quickly. It's the only jump that takes off with only one leg. Everything else has an assist of a toe pick or a free leg. And if that edge just catches or you just don't pull the trigger at the right time, it pops open, and that's what happened. And she said, oh my gosh. Because she had pretty good program up to that point going, and that's going to be very disappointing for her. Take a look at some of the elements here in the opening staccato movement with the music. And here's the triple Lutz. Back outside edge is good, hands above the head, nice. All the way around, gets a free leg back in time, double toe. Good work on that because that could have gone sideways, it didn't. She was very quick on the landing. Double axel here. Arms and free leg lifter off the end of the edge. It slipped a little bit on the takeoff, and therefore she leaned forward. But here's the problem. She goes and watch the left leg open up right there. If it would have kept in rotation, she could have got around, but and then she put her hands on her head, which said a lot. Body language. And then flying spin at the end of the program. That's just in at a base, in fact. It's currently under review, though. And right there, she's, oh my gosh. Added pressure at home because you're skating in front of friends and family, and it's not just about a win or even a point thing. It's just that you come off the ice happy yourself, and that you're and you made your family happy. She doesn't know. You still make them happy because of the effort that you make. It's tough. And when you have that hope and you have that vision and you have that image in your head of skating a wonderful program, even if it's a little mistake, it's fine, but a wonderful program here at home, because how often do you actually compete at home? It's not very often you get it right in your home country in front of friends and family, so you want to do your best. That's a little bit of excitement and sometimes a lot of pressure.
Sabina Aliaba,
Short program score 35.76 for Sabina. And that'll put her currently into fourth place very early on in the competition, and she's pretty disappointed with that, of course.
Warm-up Group 2. The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6
As we move along in the women's short program, group number 2 taking to the ice for their 6-minute warm-up. As we take a look at the standings so far, Sophia Shiffrin from Israel had a great skate, a 10-point lead over Leila from Turkey. I'm going to step aside, take a very short break up until the 1-minute call. I'll be back.
Ladies, there is 1 minute left in this warm-up.
And now we are in the final minute of the warm-up of group number 2 of 6 in the women's short program. Unusual schedule here from the perspective that usually we are Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and now we are competing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then everybody will move on to Gdansk. Well, not everybody, but many of us will move on to Gdansk a day early. I'm not exactly sure. I didn't know why we started a day early. We did the same thing in Bangkok, of course. One rink with 4 events required much more time to practice, but we don't have pairs here, so it's a midweek competition.
Skaters, your warm-up has ended. Please leave the
Here we
ice.
go, group
Thank
number
you.
2, women's short program.
Next skater.
Our next skater is 18 years old, Leila Festic from Bosnia-Herzegovina. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season, first event this year. Twin sister Nadia also competes at the international junior level. And she will skate the short program to abdication. Eighteen-year-old Leila Festic with a double fist pump at the end of her program. Happy with that skate. She's skating really well. Got the triple sow, double toe down, double axel, double loop, everything that she had trained to be able to do, she executed in Junior Grand Prix competition, and that's all you can do. You can always go back home and improve it, but I think pretty much this was the level that she was ready for to deliver in competition. It means so much, the reaction of the skater at the end. There's the triple salchow, nice and tight in the air. A little loose on the free leg getting it out, but she got it done. And here's the double axel, we'll take a look. And hand goes down on the ice right there, but she doesn't take a fall. Stands up on the jump. The double loop, that's no problem, of course. Hands above the head. And this back camel, she hung on really nicely to get this upper body movement. And then grabs the blade, takes tremendous flexibility, but also strength with a difficult exit, little jump exit. And some of the step sequence as well. So flying sit at the beginning of the program, just a level 1, change or camel spin level 2, and change combo spin level 3. So losing some levels of difficulty perhaps on those spins, some work to do in that area, step sequence in a basic. But overall for her, what her goals were, that was a pretty clean skate. We'll see how she feels about the scores, because sometimes when you feel you've had a great skate for you, for the level that you're at, those scores may not match the number what you have in your head. We've seen sometimes it's a surprise the other direction. She anxiously waits for those scores, and it's a 30.82. So, well, she said not bad, and that'll put Leila in 5th place. So certainly, that's a strong skate for her. Certainly, some work to do, particularly on the spins, because you're losing a lot of points on those spins, not getting the levels of difficulty, and then the GOE as well. So some work to do in that area. But good job here in Baku. Next skater representing Lithuania, Gabrielle Jchat, 15 years old. She is the Lithuanian junior champion. This is her 2nd junior Grand Prix of the season. She'll skate to fly and experience by Audi. Well, that's going to be disappointing for 15-year-old Gabrielle Jchat. She is really a wonderful skater. You can see the jump technique if you, yes, there were mistakes, there's no question, but if you understand skating enough to see the technique of the jumps, she can do all those without a problem. Skating skills are really strong, spinning skills are really good as well, but she needs those clean elements, as every skater does. You need to land your jumps, and she can do those difficult elements, but they weren't for her here on this night. Let's take a look here. There's some nice steps into the double axel, beautiful flow on the landing, some nice steps out, good transitions in and out. Here's the triple loop, but it pops open. She's too far forward right there. She knows she can't pull in and spin going as she continues to lean forward, so she takes it into a double. And here's a disappointing one, the triple combination at the end of the program. There's the triple Lutz, looks good. And I don't know what happened there, really. She looked to be on top of her skate. She just sort of let it go. And then that became really disappointing for her. Sometimes the jump there isn't anything wrong from a visual perspective. We look, wow, there's nothing wrong with that. But for them, they feel something's wrong. And then they collapse and try to protect it or whatever, or anticipate the fall. So what it looks like and what it feels like are quite different sometimes, not always.
The scores, please. Gabrielle Jchat.
Short program scores for Gabrielle, 39.02. That'll put her currently in 4th place. She's a much, much better skater than those scores. We know that, but it's competition, and those skills need to happen in the 2 minutes and 40 seconds that it takes to skate that short program.
Is representing
Our next skater from Uzbekistan, Victoriaova, 15 years old, new to the Junior Grand Prix. She was 5th in the recent Union Figure Skating Trophy in Abu Dhabi. She's coached by Aruna Murakami. And she'll skate the short program here to the Mystics' Dream. 15-year-old Victoriaova from Uzbekistan. Skates for her, a clean program. Everything that she had in her planned program sheet, she delivered. And she looked pretty happy at the end of that program. And when you see the quality of the triple loop technique, you wonder, why is it only a double flip, double toe? But it was intended to be a double flip, double toe combination. So let's take a look at the elements here. Good speed coming into this triple loop. Lines that up right on top of the right hip, straight up, hands above the head. Wow, nice. It's on the quarter in the judging system. Here's the double axel. Comes around the corner a little bit, but gets it all done. And then here's this cantilever. I don't know how people do that without breaking their knees right off. But she does, and it's a beauty. And here's the double flip, double toe, near the end of the program. Nice. Layback spin at the end, just a level 1, so not getting any more than one feature, probably the side to back only. And there's that little bit of a smile there. And the heart.
The scores, please. Victoriaova, Uzbekistan.
37.33 for Victoria. That hope will put her currently into 5th place.
Which currently brings her to the 5th place.
Our next competitor represents Kazakhstan, 14-year-old Karina Shaina. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. In fact, we don't really have any record of any other international events. So Karina, welcome to the Junior Grand Prix.
Se réveille
Karina Shaina, Kazakhstan.
14-year-old Karina Shaina from Kazakhstan. What I loved about her program is you can see a smile from the very first note, not because she's trying to impress the judges necessarily, although I don't know that for sure, but just a joy to be out there. She looked like she loved to be out there competing. You can see that kind of really pleasant look on her face. And kind of at peace. I want to be here. I've been watching this. I like it. There's the double axel around the corner. Gets it done. Keeps that hand off the ice. And here is the triple loop. Up tight in the air. A little bit too far forward. Has to put the hands down. But prevents a fall, so that's good. And here, a little bit later, is the Salchow. There's a back three turn. Steps up into the Salchow. Keeps the foot off the ice. Up into the double toe loop. So good thinking there to get that jump combination recorded with a minus GOE, of course, because the three turn, there's a flying sit at the end. That's a level 4. So all in all, not too bad. And most impressive thing, looks like she had a ball. She loved it. And there she is, big smile still in the kiss and cry, looking at the camera, wondering, what do I do? And now we're going to wait for the numbers. She doesn't have a personal best. She's really first out in the Junior Grand Prix, and it's a 42.59. So that puts her currently in 4th place, which is really good for a skater with not so much experience. And you can see her coach going, good job, good job. Yeah, special moment. Nice. Our next skater represents the United States of America, Gia Elise Johnson. She's coached by Kevin Coppola, Denise Myers, Sinead Fola, and choreographed by Philip Chang. And she'll skate the free program, or pardon me, the short program here to Not About Angels by Birdie.
You gave me it forever, and for that I am eternally grateful. Star-crossed love of my life.
Well, this is a tough program for a very, very highly skilled skater. And I watched her in practice yesterday. She had the most beautiful elements, but then didn't do the jumps in the program, or couldn't do them, or made mistakes on them. And this is a very highly skilled. And you can see her at the end kind of stunned a little bit, like, oh my gosh, because she's so good. I think this also was a bit of a tribute to some of the skaters that were lost in that tragic airplane accident last year. And so many emotions wrapped up in trying to perform and trying to think of those lost and all of that in this moment on the Junior Grand Prix, and she'll be really disappointed. But make sure that you know this is a very highly skilled athlete that had a very difficult day. And that happens. There's the double axel, great flow in. Had to get that free leg back really quick just to stabilize that landing. Let's see what happens here. There's the triple lutz, look good in the air. A little bit forward, so loses a lot of speed, and then does not have enough momentum and on an angle to get up into that triple toe loop that's under rotated. Now here's the loop, and this is really disappointing. This didn't lift. This just started to turn, but not a lot of height, and then comes down forward for a downgrade. It's just under review at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that it will be a downgrade. And then out of the 7 elements, 5 of them are under review, so just small details missing along the way. Maybe she just wasn't really in the moment. And you can see right at the end, and even here, even though she's got a smile there, she's a, you know, when you know you have all those skills, and I just saw them yesterday, and then they don't materialize when you most want them, it's hard to cope. It will make you stronger, it will make you better, and that won't make you feel better now. It was a bad day at the office for a very good skater. Waiting for the scores, and these will be disappointing. There's her coach beside her, gaining experience as well. I believe this is his first time out on the Junior Grand Prix as well. So a learning opportunity for both. It's a 47.51, and even with those mistakes, you see the quality of her skating. That'll put her currently into 4th place. Just trying to take that all in and prepare for the free program.
Next to skate, Kayn Joyer from the Netherlands.
Our next skater is Kayn Joyer from the Netherlands. 14 years old and brand new to the Junior Grand Prix. Welcome.
Kayn Joyer, the Netherlands.
Kayn Joyer from the Netherlands, 14 years old, just had a few challenges in this short program. And we'll take a look at that takeoff on the loop. And it's always that one thing that if you ask the skaters, what is the most disliked mistake that you can make, surprise mistake, if you will, and it's a takeoff on a loop jump, because you feel secure and all of a sudden your blade slips out from underneath you. It's gone. We're going to take a look at this right here. She's set up for it. She looks on top of her skate, no problem, but a little bit of too strong of a lean there, and she just takes herself right off that edge and takes the fall, gets zero, of course, because the jump didn't happen. And it's a bit of a shocker. Then comes up the ice with the triple toe loop. That looked pretty good. Up into the double toe. Hands above the head. Nice. Double axel here. Gets off the end of the edge there. So that was well done. Just that loop jump that was really problematic. The camel spin entry. Nice. Nice strong camel spin. Let's see if she changes edge. She does a couple of illusions there. And the change combo spin here. The jump over to the back sit. It's just in a level 2, so missing 2 features. And then the flying sit spin right at the end of the program that comes into the level 2. So you can see her back in the heel there and making those big circles. She has to take a fall. Really unfortunate on that last spin to lose the balance and get your weight back on the heel.
The scores, please.
We don't have a personal best for her. First time out here, so this will be it. 31.58 for Kayn, and that'll put her currently in a 9th place.
Which currently brings her to the 9th place.
Well, that is the end of group number 2. We'll take a look at the standings so far after the first 2 groups. Some pretty low scores actually through most of them. As we take a look at the standings, there they are. Sophia Shiffrin from Israel, she was outstanding. Leila Satan from Turkey, she was great too. Just that young 13-year-old. So we've seen some really young, good talent show up here. But we have 4 more groups yet to come. And I can tell you that after this, get ready, because Mr. Mark Hanratty will be joining me live as we come back for group number 3. So get yourself a cup of coffee, get yourself wired, because Mr. Mark and I will be carrying the rest of the competition through. I'm going to throw right now to some video playbacks, the Bangkok winter interview with Mao Shimata and the figure skating basics with Ted and Mark. Short program versus free skate. Won't want to miss that. We'll be back. Stay with us. Here in Bangkok with the women's champion Mao Shimata, 3-time world champion, now champion here in her first Junior Grand Prix of the season. Mao, congratulations. First of all, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what your lead up was to this competition. You know, how were your training? How did everything go?
少し怪我があって思うような練習はできなかったんですけど、その中でも今日は 最小限のミスに抑えられたと思うので、普段の練習の成果は少しは出たんじゃないかなと思います。
And now, Mao, you know, you've been such a consistent skater. And even when you make a mistake, you're able to always look forward and be consistent in moving forward and not thinking about what happened in the past. How are you able to do this? Tell us a little bit about that skill.
3分40秒で1つのプログラムなので、1つミスをしても最後まで諦めず滑れば結果はついてくるかもしれないっていうことを信じて滑ってます。
Well, Mao, you are a wonderful champion, a wonderful skater. You're an inspiration to many young skaters around the world. We thank you for everything that you've done so far in our sport. We wish you the best moving forward. And this is your last year in junior. And I know that you're looking forward to becoming a senior. We look forward to seeing you there. Mao Shimata, the champion here in Bangkok. Welcome to the basics of skating.
And in this episode, we're going to delve into the differences between the short program and the free skate.
In the singles, it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds, plus or minus 10 seconds. There are 7 elements, 3 jumping passes, 3 spins, and 1 step sequence.
And in the ice dance competition, the short program equivalent is called the rhythm dance. 5 different elements, and this year the theme for the ice dancers is to skate to dance styles from the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s.
Let's not forget about the pair discipline as well. You're going to see a throw jump, a lift, side-by-side jumps, side-by-side spins, a death spiral, a lot of elements, very physical and dynamic and risky elements in the pair short program.
The free skates and the free dance for all the disciplines, longer, more elements, and generally immeasurably more exhausting.
No kidding, a long program now, 3.5 minutes for the juniors, 4 minutes for the seniors. In my day, it was 5 minutes, and that was very painful for the viewers, especially watching me.
So that concludes this episode of the Basics of Figure Skating. Stay tuned to find out more.
Warm-up Group 3. The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. Arina Kalogina, Azerbaijan. Hannah Kim, the USA. Natasha Yermolika, Latvia. Alicia Lenalova, Slovakia. Jana Hoikova, Czech Republic. Mesa Udella.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Baku, Azerbaijan. We are in group number 3 of the junior women's short program. And I am so pleased to introduce to you all who knows him very well, the chatty Mark Conradi. Thank gosh, because it's really hard filling time when you're not there, Mark. Welcome back, and you do such a great job. So pleased to have you back in the broadcast.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. It's good to be back. It's been, I don't know if you'd mentioned Ted, but yeah,
Nope.
we had a skate camp to do. So I had commitments on a seminar near where I live for the last couple of days. So I've been busy skating myself. I've been working on my skating skills today. Well, I've been coaching skating skills today, so I might be even more attentive to the skaters need to showcase good skating skills today.
Okay, are you tired?
I don't know if the term wired is one that you guys. I'm tired but wired. Tired and wired and ready to represent the skaters.
How many coffees did you have? Like, how did you do that? Why are you wired?
Well, I did have to get to the ice rink this morning for 5:30 in the morning. So there was a bit of caffeine consumption there, and then as I was leaving the rink, there's been more caffeine consumption again. So it's all good. The energy levels are on point.
That's good. We
Possibly delirious, but
yeah. Well, I control the mics here, so I can easily turn that off. No problem. That's
there
good.
will be occasion when I need to be silenced.
Well, it was interesting. I talked a little bit about that at the broadcast, about our experience in Beijing with the Olympic qualifying, and that it was more than just Olympic qualifying in my mind anyways, because there were some wonderful stories of athletes and the journeys that they had made just to go to that, the qualifier, from all over the world. And I thought it was such a well-run event, and talked a little bit about the new partnership with Pelliet, the nature wear, the outdoor wear, which we'll be showing off on some of our cameras over the next 2 weeks. And just basically the overall experience was very positive. What did you think?
Well, I think now looking at this in Baku, obviously I'm at home, but watching what's happening in Baku, it seems to make me appreciate even more what an operation it is to get these events underway, because at Beijing, the Olympic qualifier, the skate to Milano was just such an amazing event, and the enormity of it was not lost on either of us. And now to see this, another illustrious competition, the Junior Grand Prix looking bright and looking good, I'm thinking, wow, there are just so many people involved to facilitate all of this, this work. And so it's scarcely credible that the turnaround can be so quick, and very impressive.
Yeah, and
very
when you go to a Junior Grand Prix or Senior Grand Prix, but let's talk about Junior, because there's a lot more athletes at a Junior Grand Prix than there is at a Senior one. And so then there's people picking you up at the airport, meeting you, putting you on the bus, getting that organized, getting you to the hotel, and the registration. It takes a whole group of people to be coordinated for arrivals from all over the world at all different times and different days. And that is done. What's unusual about that, it's done every single week. So this is week number 5 for us in a row. No, this is 6, I guess, including the Olympic qualifier.
Yeah.
Yeah. And with 2 more to go. So that's happening in different cities and different countries. The organization, whether it's junior or senior, it's still a lot of work to do. So we thank all the volunteers and the federations that are part of making this work. And of course the ISU, it's a huge job because they have not just figure skating, but they also have short track and long track. So just a lot of events worldwide happening, and it takes a lot of people to pull these things off.
And interesting to consider that there are 2 Challenger Series events this week, the Andrei Nepola Memorial and also the Nebelhorn Trophy in Oberstdorf, and there are some of the world's Olympic contenders competing at those events too. So it's going to be hard for us to keep on top of all the amazing stuff that is happening. I think it's a challenge to keep up abreast of all the developments. So
all the figure skating fans around the world love this season because they've got so much they can peek into and see. So, and once we move into the Senior Grand Prix, and it starts to really get interesting because we start to see them on a more serious situation. So yeah, and I know you'll be covering. How many are you covering? 2 or 3 or?
2. So I have been asked to commentate on the Finnish Grand Prix and the NHK Trophy as well.
Oh, okay. And I'm going to do Skate America, and then of course you'll be front and center at the European Championships.
Well, I've just been in Sheffield, so I've just come from the venue to your ears.
It's a new type of job for you there at the European Championships, eh? Live, first of all, in front of the people, entertaining them.
Yeah, and I think chatting a little bit as we were in Beijing to some of the members of the ISU team, we're hearing that on-site presentation is something that the ISU is really keen to push, and they're initiated a lot of that last season when we saw the way in which the skaters are welcomed onto the ice. So some of you that were watching the Skates to Milano event will have had that same experience as was evident at the World Championships in Boston, where skaters were welcomed onto the ice from backstage. That was cool. And then also there were hosts in Boston with Ashley Wagner and Benjamin Agosto, both world medalists, and they were hosting the event. And I am not a world medalist, but I will be trying to fill that role.
Well, you're almost as famous as a world medalist because you are the voice of the Junior Grand Prix. So, you're going.
What I lack in medals, I have in oxygen.
There you go. Here we go. Group number 3 in the women's short program here in Baku. And our first skater represents Azerbaijan. 14-year-old Aruna Murakami. First Junior Grand Prix season, second event. She was 9th in Ankara Junior Grand Prix a few weeks ago. Also 14th place finish at the Junior World Championships last year. And she has a personal best of 57.04, season's best of 54.18 in her short program. And she'll skate to Young and Beautiful and Crazy in Love.
I've seen the world, done it
Well, you can see by her reaction, she was thrilled with that 14-year-old Aruna Murakami from Azerbaijan. Wow, super short program, Mark.
Yeah, and how wonderful for Aruna to be able to deliver that in front of the home nation. You can see her flag proudly waved there. And this is skater that some may remember from seeing in Ankara. She was 9th at that event. However, on site, we were aware of the amazing jumping passes that she has. And hopefully she'll be able to showcase that with the quadruple salto in the free skate. But didn't need it, I think, to showcase her prowess in this event, because that triple lutz was massive.
Yeah, I think she was really pleased with this, because if she skates clean, look at the size of that triple lutz in the triple toe loop. She skates clean. She doesn't know what her scores will have been. And we'll find out right now. A clean skate, what it'll bring to her. There's the triple loop, gets that free leg back a little bit late, but still stays right on that landing foot, glides nicely. Here's some of the steps.
And it's interesting as we watch Aruna work through the step sequence. From a program component scores perspective, I don't think that's as much of her strength, because her jumps are just sensational, and it begs the question for Aruna. I wonder, if that's somewhat natural, and if she always had an incredible spring, or perhaps whether or not she's done a lot of plyometric work to build up the strength in her legs. But her coach, Victoriaova, she was a 4-time European medalist, and I remember she had a huge triple.
Well, I think Aruna jumps just like her. Huge, full speed, and in control. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Aruna. 57.87, the new season's best for her. And that will put her currently in the second place, certainly in the top group, at least for the moment. Sophia Shiffrin from Israel had a great skate. She is still in first at this stage of the competition. Our next competitor represents the United States of America, 14-year-old Hannah Kim, brand new to the Junior Grand Prix. She's coached by Shotaro Omari and choreographed by Derek Delmar. Skating the short here in Baku as she just shakes the nerves out of her arms. She'll skate to Yoso Maria.
Hannah Kim, the United
14-year-old
States.
Hannah Kim from the United States of America. Shame because for Hannah, that perhaps a little bit in reaction to what she saw from Gia Elise Johnson, fellow American skater who struggled through the short program. Similar kind of less than optimal performance for the young Americans.
Yeah, both skaters are really good. I watched them in practice. I'm thinking, wow, it's really nice. But of course, in the end of the day, all the judges see is what you do in competition for the most part. And so that's where it is. That's where it counts. And coming on the Junior Grand Prix, you learn this. You might skate clean at home in summer competitions, but when you get international, things like that happen. Just a loss of balance and too far back on the heel, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a fall.
Big.
Yeah, it's double axel, and so really a nice skater, but that big mistake there. Take a look at the
Nice
spin.
transition out of the axle, showing multi-directional skating.
Yeah. And that was a long outside edge camel. She started the back inside for probably 2 rotations, and then all the rest were on the forward outside edge. It's a triple loop and has to step back. Too far back on the heel in the landing again.
And Ted, as we look through the layback spin, I was reading up on Hannah that on the US fan zone, it's written that the first time she went skating with her dad, she fell and broke her tooth at 3 years old. And I'm thinking, if she's still now here representing her country internationally at 14, and she's obviously been used to some less than optimal starting points in skating. So although this is far from optimal, I think she's probably made of tenacious stuff as Hannah Kim.
Yeah, I guess some skaters, when they come to the ice, they want to stay on it no matter what happens there. It's just a fascination and a wonderful feeling of freedom. Let's take a look at the score, 47.42. That'll put Hannah currently into 6th place. And that's a score that, for her, would be quite low, I think. But the mistakes were there, and they're costly.
Next to skate, representing
Nice skater, tough day.
Latvia,
Next skater,
Natasha
Natasha Yermolika from Latvia, 14 years old, born in London, England, trains in Riga, Latvian junior silver medalist. This is her 2nd Junior Grand Prix this season. She was 16th in Ankara. And she will skate Deliberate Tango.
Latvia's Natasha Yermolika completes her short program in this, an amazing display of consistency for a skater that delivered a very similar short program performance when she competed in Ankara. She had the triple toe there, she had the triple loop. Admittedly, the loop was a little bit stronger on this occasion, but nevertheless, in back-to-back Junior Grand Prix assignments, Natasha has showcased some real impressive consistency.
Oh, she's a well-trained skater. You can see that even when there's a miss, it's not because of fatigue, that's for sure. There's the triple toe. Great lift on the second one. Cleared that nice and easy. Good speed right up into the triple loop. Wow, that was nice. So solid. Double axel.
Yeah.
Great. Jumping passes, all strong. Spins, layback level 3. There's a side. There's the back. And the bill-in, the little jump. So just 3 out of the 4 features there, and step sequences 2. Yeah, the change combination had a V on it. So losing a couple points here or there, but not so bad. Strong.
And they're joined by Yekaterina Platonova, her coach, and I think in what Natasha and Yekaterina have done, they've showcased obviously really good training and really good preparation physically and mentally to showcase a really accurate representation of where this skater is at, because that's 2 clean short programs. The amazing thing is now she's going to get that direct feedback of event to event, and what I see is very similar scoring. So she's got great feedback and now great motivation to move forward.
Season best at a 51.21 for Natasha, and that'll put her currently into 4th place.
Very close to the last skate's result as well.
And look at that young girl, the 13-year-old from Turkey, currently in 3rd. She was great. Our next competitor represents Slovakia, 14-year-old Alicia Lenalova. 6th at both her events last season. A good result. She is coached and choreographed by Sergei Rozanov. And she will skate the short program here in Baku to Stranger in Paradise. Lovely. Mark?
Yeah, Alicia Lenalova from Slovakia showcasing some of the quality that saw her finish within the top 6 at both of her junior Grand Prix assignments last year. But interesting, I was listening into an interview from Alicia on Skate Plus, which is the skate school that she comes from, and she said that at the end of last season, she wasn't sure she wanted to continue and maybe focus on school instead, but realized that she loves skating, and we love some of what she's offering as well. As you were commenting, Ted, there was some beautiful skating skill in addition to a strong technical score from Alicia.
No, and also you could see the small details, just the way she leans her head in a sensitive moment. Triple loop, that was beautiful. Great extension, long legs, pointed toes, those details that give you that positive GOE. Look at that double axel. That's a huge one, just leaping up into the air, covering a lot of ice. Here's the triple Lutz. Later in the program, risky. Soft knees in between. Great lift. And under rotation, quarter on the Lutz and under rotated on the toe loop, according to the judging system. So losing some points there. But a lovely skater to watch. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, and the program constructed with that difficulty in mind. So not all of the skaters will have that triple later in the program. They're doing that to accrue higher base value. So much more difficult though to be achieved when you are exhausted. But the coaching team with there we see Polina Shoboderova alongside Sergei Rozanov endeavoring to give them the content that they know will be competitive with the very, very best. And so being challenged, but rising to the challenge.
That was a lovely program, and I think that she, doesn't do much better on a consistent basis yet. There's more to be improved, of course. Her personal best is 59.29. Should draw a little bit short of that, I believe, but could be a good score. It's got a big smile, 55.85, and that'll put Alicia into third place.
Which currently brings her to the third place.
She looks pretty happy with that. Yeah. Nice.
Next skater, Jana Hoikova.
Our next skater is 16 years old, representing Czechia, Jana Hoikova. Second Junior Grand Prix season, second event this fall, placing 12th in Varese. And she has a 51.26 season's best. Looking to beat that here right now. That'll put her in that top group, skating to Bedtime Stories and Hollow Attack. will mark a powerful skater and a powerful performance here for Jana.
Jana Hoikova, Czechia.
Yeah, and Jana, much like Lenalova, who we've just seen, delivering close to what I imagine will be one of her best. It'll just be a matter of how much the rotation is reviewed on the triple loop as to how the technical score holds up. But Ted, Jana, there's so much to respect in this young woman, and one of the things that you're going to love is that when offered opportunity to chat, she said she realizes what a luxury it is to compete, and she said how grateful she is to have the opportunity to do that, and to thank her parents for all they sacrificed for her.
That
She's not
is
just
so
a great skater, but a great human.
totally. And that triple toe, second triple toe is under rotated. Here's the triple loop. That's going to be under rotated as well. Unfortunately, because everything looked pretty strong, but those rotations, under rotations, really dampen the effect of the whole program. That's a great flying sit spin. That's it in the level 4 with a plus GOE. So that's a beauty of a spin element.
It'd be interesting it would be lovely to hear what Jana thought, because she's obviously a really educated skater. She's done lots of international assignments, so we'll have had lots of feedback from the technical panels before. She'll know the value drop that her tech score will suffer. She'll have a fraction of the score if it's deemed as under-rotated. She knows that, but under the pressure of competition, it may just be, we see it with others, tightening up to try to stay safe, but then losing, of course, the value.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think for her, she probably felt that was a pretty clean skate, but there is some under rotations there that'll cost her on the GOE, but let's see what the score is. It's 49.78, so not so far off a group in front of her, around 50, 51, and that'll put her currently, for the moment at least, into 7th place. So she'll take a look at that report card and the detailed sheet, the PDF as you call it, and see right away where she lost some points. Our next skater represents Finland, 16-year-old Mesa Udella. She was 8th in juniors at the Finnish Nationals. She recently placed 3rd at the Soniheni Trophy. And she will skate the short program to the soundtrack of Dune.
Well, junior Grand Prix debut for Mesa Udella, representing Finland, 16 years old, born in Helsinki, and coming out with a solid skate that didn't show any signs of nervousness, despite this being a bigger occasion than that which she's competed on in other international assignments thus far.
Yeah, I mean, those are good occasions. You come here with sort of, okay, I'm just going to do the best I can with no preconceived ideas and stresses added to your shoulders. As we take a look at the triple flip, double toe loop, there's a little bit of speed in between there, but gets it done. There's the triple loop. And that is going to be under-rotated. Yes, it is in the system. Pretty good speed in that back camel there, Mark.
Yeah, good speed, and I think Mesa will be disappointed that she didn't get the triple-triple, which was the intention, but that was difficult transitional content, and I was mindful that there was lots of content and there was a consideration of the Dune soundtrack, which is obviously proven to be so popular in our sport. The thing that Mesa will just hope to amass from this experience is the deeper knee and ankle bend that we see from some of the others. So the skating skills for Mesa currently in the high 4 range, and so we saw from the likes of Sophia Shiffrin, who's leading the field thus far, that she's in the mid 6s. So that's probably where Mesa's at, but that's not what she needs to think about right now. She's enjoying the moment in the kiss and cry, celebrating her first Junior Grand Prix.
Yeah, exactly. You can see her kind of, thrilled. Okay, I did a good skate. Now I'm in the kiss and cry, and I'm feeling good. Don't know what the numbers will be. It's all a new experience. All of it is. I know they focus on, I got to go skate my program, but everything from the lights and the TV cameras to the kiss and cry to, the buses, the airport, everything is pretty new for these kids, and you need to get into that experience and see how it affects you in competition. It's experience. 44.67 for Mesa. That'll put her, for the moment, into 10th place.
Which currently brings her to the 10th place.
Yeah, you can see her going, I wanted more.
Yeah.
But still, she's pretty expressive with her face, eh? Love that.
Like that.
Yeah, if she uses that in the program,
Honest.
that's going to be effective. Yeah, honest, exactly.
The skaters may now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up.
Well, group number 4 taking to the ice right now for their 6-minute warm-up. What do you got to talk about, Mark? I'm throwing the ball. Listen, buddy, you owe me, okay? I mean,
you've covered me.
I've got some brownie points here, so that's I'm gonna just figure out where I'm gonna spend them. But what do you got?
The ice dance a bit more probably.
Yeah.
Well, I have been. The reason that I wasn't there is because I'm coaching a seminar and I was digging deep on skating skills and the importance of skating skills. And I think when we're watching this free skating event, it's so obvious the impact of the jumps on the skater score. Of course it is. And as we watch the skaters now, we're looking to see who's got the good jump quality and who keeps flowing glide. However, I think it's, for me, something that I spend so much time on is trying to understand and gauge the skating skills component score that the athletes will achieve. And so much of that is based on their ability to use their edges and down in their blades and in their boots and keep flow and ice coverage. And so that's something that as we head back into the Junior Grand Prix following our assignment in Beijing, something that as a general stat, we see the Japanese showcase a higher level of, and in our discussions with the Japanese skaters, we learned that they probably spend an hour a day focusing purely on their skating skills, and so that's a large indicator for why they have that higher base value in their skating skills. And that's really
no, that's really good, because I was going to ask you, okay, well, how do you get better skating skills? You answered the question. You have to spend the time on it. And what's really important is that, everybody can skate. All these juniors can go out and skate around. But what makes the difference between a really good skater, not the jump spin, but the basic skating skills, and it's understanding where your balance point is on that blade. And it's being able to train it so often that the difference between sort of getting on the ice when you first start to learn to skate or when you first start to compete or what, versus the sensitivity of knowing exactly where you are on your blade at all times and be able to make that small adjustment on where you sit on your blade to carry the flow a little bit nicer, a little bit easier. And that just takes hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours to gain that sensitivity. So that's why the Japanese skate so well, because it's an hour a day And I don't really know of too many other places that do an hour a day
Could
of skating
facilitate that.
skills. Yeah.
And that really is, like you say, so brilliant. And often, Ted, is that the different resources available to the different skaters will dictate their scores, because even having the ice time and the facilities to devote that kind of time for many of these athletes to even have 1 hour a day of any kind of training would be amazing. So to be able to devote the luxury of 1 hour just to that one aspect of your skating is monumentous. But what I would also argue on top of all that is that, you know, not just time on the ice will make it happen. There has to be such a high threshold for accept of good movement from the coaches. So the coaches that produce the best skaters in the world, their threshold for what they accept in the students' way of movement will be higher. They will demand a better quality of movement.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's not just doing, there's a lot of skating skill drills. And so you have, 20 skaters on the ice and you're doing the drills. But the problem with that is quite often there's so many people on the ice, the coach doesn't have enough time to grab a skater and say, no, we need to fix this. We're not moving on until you get this fixed. So everybody does the group skating skills, and it's now left up to a skater kind of to do it, try to figure out how to get quality because there's not enough time. So it's those places that can spend the time with skaters to teach them, not just run the drills, but teach them how to skate better and then apply that to the drills. Because the drills alone will make you better, but it won't make you great. You're going to have to do a lot of individual work to make yourself a great skater, like Patrick Chan, who carried so much flow on everything, right? So, the drills are better than nothing, for sure. And you're right, facilities really prevent or provide skaters with the ability to learn how to skate better, depending on how much ice time there is available.
And I remember in the UK there was a national coaches conference, and the coach Corey Aid from the United States of America had been brought over to present. And I remember vividly at the time she was presenting a session regarding a jumping pass. I think they were working on maybe flip and flip takeoffs. I remember her vividly saying to the group of coaches who she was presenting to, the skaters doing crossovers into the flip, and I'm not satisfied that is progressing either. So it's a constant mindfulness of the components as well. And I think most skaters, we love to jump. I used to love to jump. I love jumping. But you have to be so mindful that every time you're doing a transitional step, like these crossovers now, there can still be a progression and an awareness of the quality to up your default level. Because in competition, the skaters will generally always default to their baseline, and you want to make that baseline. In a junior Grand Prix, if you can make your skating skills in the 7s, you're going to find yourself in the top 10.
Yeah, a teacher coaches by words. And so then the skater has to figure out, when I get a good comment, when I feel like I'm skating my best, I now know what it feels like. So I have to obtain that feeling every time I go out to skate. And so that's fine. That's a fine detail, because it's about feel for a skater. And so, that's when a skater is really interested in learning to become a better skater, and, guided by the coach, of course, is what does it feel like, so I know how to replicate that feeling.
Yeah. And often, better the skating skills, more physically exhausting and demanding it is. To create better skating skills requires a whole lot more muscle strength and muscle commitment.
Totally. Okay, we covered that 6 minutes. Done well. It's a lot easier with you by myself, that's for sure. Although it's quieter for the audience.
A bit of peace for the audience.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, here we go. The start of group number 4. First skater representing Poland, 17-year-old Veronica Ferlin. She was the junior silver medalist of Poland's national championships last season, 45th at the Junior World Championships. And she has a personal best in the short program of 42.58. She'd love to beat that here right now.
Poland's Veronica Ferlin completes a short program, and that to me was a huge improvement in what we've seen from Veronica in the past. I was frantically looking up her Junior Worlds short program and her ISU personal best from the Junior Grand Prix in Ljubljana last year. And this certainly, although she was wanting a triple flip, triple toe, the fact that she had a higher value triple flip and the triple loop, the solo jump, testament to how hard she must have worked in the off season to up her base values.
Yeah, her skating skills though too, and her performance. This is a great piece of music for her. You can see she loves it and suits her well. There's the triple flip, gets the free leg back. It just doesn't have enough momentum or maybe even trust to push that up into a triple toe loop at this point, but certainly can do it. That's not an issue. There's the triple loop, nice and straight and fast. A little bit of a tight curve on that landing. You want to flow that out across the ice a bit more, and the double axel. That was lovely. Really a good, strong program for her.
Yeah, and as we said in the warm-up, now it's the other stuff that's going to help to dictate the score. So Veronica's going to get a big ISU personal best here. And as we look at her step sequence, as she stepped forwards there, the back outside edge, the forward outside edge, then she needs to try to see if she can increase the knee bend. And as we said, it's more exhausting, it's more tiring, but that's what's going to help these components to go up from 5s, hopefully into 6s.
Yeah. Well, progress made here. Stronger overall performance. And she looked to be happy and enjoy it. Don't know what her point expectations are. We'll read that on her face in just a moment. Short program score 47.08, and she had a nod of approval or knowledge that that's what it might be. 10th in the short program for Veronica Ferlin from Poland. Good skate. I'm not sure whether we'll see her next week in Gdansk. We'll find out. Our next competitor is from Kuwait. 16 years old. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season. She competed twice last year in the Junior Grand Prix. She's the junior champion of Kuwait. Had a chance to speak with her and her coach a little earlier. So charming, so interesting. She'll skate to Better Than This by Paloma Faith.
Well, I read that Sama's dream is to inspire young Kuwaiti skaters and to proudly represent their country on the international stage. And Figure Skating Kuwait Federation had said that for Kuwait, every appearance at the Junior Grand Prix, like Sama has just delivered, is a historic achievement and a reminder that figure skating is a truly global sport, reaching even places without a winter sports culture. Now, as Sama Yirak leaves the ice, she's going to be frustrated, but there's so much more than this behind that performance.
Yeah, of course they're going to want to skate the best they can with the skills that they have at this point. But, people back home are watching and supporting her, and it's a tough environment, and you have to sort of get used to that. But it's so wonderful that we see countries from around the world joining the International Skating Union and sending skaters, even at early stage of development, like Sama is at. It's so important. And I know that no matter, even if she's disappointed with her skate, she's going to walk away with a positive experience, I believe, that will help her in life. And she'll inspire others when she goes home. Maybe she'll coach. Maybe she'll be a judge. Maybe she'll stay, in the sport in a variety of different ways. And it's so important that the future of the sport in that country, in Kuwait, is born by these skaters who get out first.
Yeah. Sama's showing such bravery as she and Coach Yulia Martusheva and the Kissing Tribe. Bravery to come out here. She's perhaps not competitive with what the others are doing, but continuing to represent, and that's what she wants to do, to proudly represent and to inspire other Kuwaiti skaters. And now she takes on board that mantle and proudly waves her flag, and deservedly so. She was inspired by her sister. She first stepped on ice 6 years ago, and it was her sister that led her here. So now she needs to lead others to the ring.
Oh, that's cool. That's great.
Sama's
short program score is 12.39. It'll be 19th in the short program. Numbers don't matter. The experience does. And she'll carry that forward and hopefully inspire other skaters from Kuwait and the Middle East to be involved as we will move to Abu Dhabi. First time ever in the Junior Grand Prix in that part of the world.
Representing Korea, Hyewon Ju.
Our next skater represents Korea, Hyewon Ju, 14 years old, and there is no competitive information on her bio, but this is definitely her first Junior Grand Prix event. We see so much talent and ability to come out of Japan and Korea. What will we see here? Skating to Swan Lake.
Well, yet another brilliant skater to come from Korea, Hee-won-jo. She was only 16th at the Korean Senior National Championships, and indeed she was only 6th in the Korean Junior Grand Prix selection comp in July, but she's obviously got fans, and I can see why. She's a quality skater.
Well, the riches of skating in Korea and in Japan. There's the triple Lutz, triple toe, beautifully executed with a plus GOE of 0.93, the triple loop. Again, another solid jump. The pluses. So adding points for the quality of these elements to the base values. Boy, 3 solid jumping passes, just super. Now they put in the system though, landing on the quarter for both the Lutz and the toe loop of the jump combination. So that'll affect her.
So that's going to knock down the grade of execution. So it will still receive the full base value, but the Q mark, the quarter rotation short, will force the judges to reduce the grade of execution. So it's not massive, but not optimal.
Yeah, so you can see it's at a minus 0.34.
But for me, Hee-won-jo, I know that for skaters, my understanding is that at the very important Korean Junior Grand Prix qualifying competition, skaters that finished in the top 5 would be guaranteed 2 assignments on the Junior Grand Prix. Hee-won-jo just outside of that in 6th place, so I don't think, I'm not sure that she's got a second assignment. However, she's certainly going to be competitive in this event. Although, I say that, the 19th skated in with still so many good athletes yet to come.
Yeah, there's still a lot of really good skaters to come, but I think she'll be pretty pleased with these scores.
It's interesting just to see how the impact of the tech score can so adversely affect the skater. Obviously, the impact of those calls, which are integral, can make a big difference.
She has a sort of a timid smile while she was sitting there, sort of new to this. Wondering what it is. 59.99. That is second in the short program. Now there's a bigger smile. Yeah, pretty pleased with that. Lovely skater. Great job. Our next competitor represents Kyrgyzstan, 16-year-old Jajine Schlaga, 3rd Junior Grand Prix season. She was 45th at the Junior World Championships last year. And her personal best is 49.74 from Worlds last season. She'll skate to Haunted Heart.
When you fly,
Well, delight for Jajine Schlaga,
Jajine Schlaga,
gives the
triple
triple
star.
and the triple loop, so this would be hugely valuable to the skater that aspires to move back closer to the top 30 in the junior world ranking. She had that a couple of seasons ago, and this is a skater, like so many others, that started skating from a very early age. She started on ice at 2, and that largely due to the fact that so many of her family are involved, her coaches, her aunt, her choreographers, her mom. So skating is in the blood for Jajine Schlaga.
Yeah, and when you get a skate like that, which is, long time coming, then you get that wonderful sensation. Maybe I can do this. I'm feeling good. Here's the triple loop, hands above the head. That is it, landed on the quarter. And then she comes back down the ice. Here's the triple toe loop, good speed. Oh, wow, all the way around. Second one, that's a lovely jump combination with a plus GOE. Ina Bauer up into the double axel. Of course, she hung on there. Just slipped off a little bit, but beautiful camel spin here, Mark.
Yeah, quality, and I remember Jajine Schlaga in the previous Junior Grand Prix seasons, and we've seen her for, I think this is her 3rd Junior Grand Prix season for Jajine, and she's had results within the 10th to 20th rankings and the 20th to 30th placement over the past 2 seasons. And so now for Jajine, it's that push to try to break ever closer to the top 10, and as we look back at this sit behind feature, trying to clarify those grades of execution so all of the positions could have more clarity. Just keep finding those extra ways to make the difference between a skater that's 10th to 20th as opposed to a skater that's in that top 10.
Yeah, I think she's got really good qualities, and so she's just got a little bit more polishing up to do here, but her personal best is 49. Doesn't look like she's going to reach that here. Let's see.
And I think actually it is grades of execution, because although it was a clean skate, more than half of the elements still have a little bit of a negative GOE, but she's making an image there with your mom and your aunt are behind your team, then
yeah, that's pretty
it's
cool.
more than just a result, it's a life memory.
As the family holds the hands, let's take a look at the score, 47.51. That is 9th in the short program so far. Take that in, figure that out. Where did she lose points? She wanted to break that 50-point mark.
Yeah.
Next to skate, representing
Our next competitor represents Azerbaijan, Leila Akadova, 16 years old, 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, early in her development stages, but she placed 27th at the European Youth Olympic Festival. And her best score is 31.66, so she's at a certain stage of development. Great experience to be gained here.
Representing Azerbaijan, Leila Akadova, who was so hoping to have the clean skate that she has dreamt of, I'm sure, in Baku. However, for Leila, if she could combine aspects from her previous short program in Bangkok with this one, she'd have a really solid skate. She made mistakes here that she didn't have in the previous assignment, and equally she's had successes here that she didn't have in the previous assignment.
You know, we were commenting off air, like she uses her head beautifully. Like she tilts her head and has expression that, you know, a lot of juniors don't have. Maybe some of the other elements. There's the triple lutz, gets all the way around, but has to step out. And the triple loop. And outside the circle, has to take the fall on that. And then the double axel, a little bracket, step up into the double axel, and gets that done. But we just noticed like a real nice, look at the soft knees in here. And she was using her head and facial expression, kind of working with the program choreography, which was nice to see because you don't often see that in juniors. There's other areas for work though.
Yeah, and I think Leila lists playing the violin as one of her hobbies, and you can sense some of that musicality. Even on this finish after the layback spin, we both acknowledged, Ted, that the musicality of this was so crisply on point, so you can get an insight into perhaps the skaters' musical appreciation.
You know how some of the single skaters, you know, oh, I'm late, okay, whatever. It's not important for them. But if you've got any dancing background, you do not want to miss that last note. You want to finish on time, which is a bit of a problem if you're still in the spin. But
I suppose that's the thing is, you know, some of these athletes, they've got lots of different coaches in different aspects, and so that's the ideal, is that the skater can bring so much education to the table, tap into it and utilize it all. So that said, Leila will have hoping more than perhaps her musicality that on this occasion she would have been able to land that triple loop and get the jump combo out. That's going to be costly for Leila.
Yeah, for sure.
This event.
But she looks very capable. It didn't happen, but she looks that she can easily do it. She just didn't on this night.
Leila Akadova, Azerbaijan, has earned in the
35.33, and that will put Leila into 18th place. Sophia Shiffrin skated quite early on in this event. She's still sitting in first place. Our next competitor represents France, 16-year-old Chelina Renault. Brand new to the Junior Grand Prix, not much competition information, but she will skate the short program to Latika's theme.
France's Chelina Renault completes her first Junior Grand Prix and potentially one of her first ever international assignments for a skater who was third in the French Novice Championships, getting the opportunity to represent her country on a bigger stage here. And it wasn't what she would have hoped and dreamed of, but it will be a huge opportunity from which she can learn from as we look at the triple loop.
Yeah, just a little too far back on the heel, but strong enough to hang on to that edge and not have to take a fall. And here is the triple lutz. This exploded straight up in the air, great height all the way around, but doesn't have her upper body aligned with her landing leg, so had to flip out of that. And here's double axel a little bit later in the program, and just on the big lean there, maybe a little tired, I'm not sure. 5 of the 7 elements under review.
Yeah, and again, now we're seeing for Chelina Renault the combo spin, and just again further confirmation of the need for the skaters to keep pushing the clarity of the positions to really engage their whole body as they do spins. I think that was the camel spin actually, not the combo spin.
Yeah, and it takes flexibility, and some athletes don't have, particularly in the boys and juniors, but they don't have quite the flexibility to get into that defined position, right? It takes time. It takes a couple years of off-ice stretching and work on the spins on the ice. And if you don't have that flexibility in your hip, that looseness, if you will, then it's always a little subpar. I mean, you can do the best you can do for yourself, but compared to those that have great positions, it just doesn't compare.
What I love, though, in watching Chelina here is her reaction to that skate. Of course, it's not what she wants. Nobody wants to fall over in the short program, but she is in the kiss and cry.
Yeah.
She's taking her moment. She's acknowledging. She seems very present, and I think that in itself is probably a testament to the family and the people that are in her life, that she is so seemingly present, not overwhelmed by the situation.
Yeah. Good
it's
point.
a big deal for a skater that's just come out of novices.
No, good point. And some skaters come here and really enjoy it. Some skaters come here and enjoy coming here, but the experience themselves on the ice is less than what they had hoped for. And so, although they enjoy the whole experience overall, they get a little bit disappointed. It's keeping your feet on the ground and saying, this is just one little step, one competition in many to come in my career. So keep it all in perspective and enjoy the moment. Easy to say, difficult to do.
Oh gosh. And I mean, I had great parents, but I still was overwhelmed by the moment. I think Chelina had the family that are behind her must have just really helped her to take a perspective of this competition, knowing that it's important, knowing that she wants to do her best, but not letting it become a defining life moment.
Well,
in terms of what the skate is, defining life moment potentially the experience, but not just the skate.
Chelina Renault of France has earned
33.73 for Chelina, and that'll put her currently in the 19th place.
To the 19th place.
Okay, that is the end of group number 4. I bet you do not have that video list up on your phone, do you, Mark?
And continue to the competition at 8.
No, but I can get it, and it won't take me long. Let's
Okay, you're pretty quick with
if
that.
I can,
As we take a look at the standings, Sophia Shiffrin from Israel still in first place. She skated early in the competition, but brilliantly, and she's hanging on to first place. But there are some really good skaters coming up in the next couple groups. So we'll see if those standings get shifted at all as we go into group number 5 and group number 6. Have you found it yet, Mark?
Yes, indeed. And during this ice resurface, you can listen to a skater that's just about to take to the ice in Baku. It was the winner from Ankara, Leuko Oka, and then to our figure skating basics series where we discussed some of the jumping passes that you will see today.
There you go. We're going to take a short break during the ice resurfacing. Enjoy. We'll be back. Ankara with the women's champion Leuko Oka from Japan, a 199.74 total score. Congratulations on your win, first of all. And I just wanted to ask you what your expectations were when you came here for your first Junior Grand Prix and to win here first time out.
楽しむことと思いっきり悔いの残らない演技ができるように頑張ろうという気持ちで来ました。
When you were in the Kiss and Cry and you saw your scores come up, and then later you found out you won the event, how did you feel?
まさか優勝するとは思ってなかったので、点数が出た時はすごい驚きました。
Well, congratulations on your first Junior Grand Prix, on your first gold medal, and we wish you the very best as you move forward. The champion here in Ankara, Leuko Oka from Japan. Welcome to the Basics of Skating. Now, this series is designed for those new viewers that don't know much about our sport, and we're going to go into a little detail on some of the elements. Mark?
Yeah, we're going to start with understanding the 6 different figure skating jumps, and we're going to start with the axel, which I believe is probably the easiest for a new viewer to spot.
It is. It's the only jump that you go forwards on, and it's a little scary because you're jumping into space, but Mark here is a brave soul, and he is going to demonstrate for us, so I'm going to back out of this shot. Bravo!
Any good jump, the biomechanics are so important, and it's really crucial that the athlete and the skater has total command over all their limbs and making sure that both the arms and the free leg all work together at the point of takeoff.
Now remember, that is the only jump of all of them that takes off forward. It's kind of difficult. It's one of the first jumps the skaters learn as well. Let's take a look at the Salchow jump now, different from the axel, Mark.
That's forward takeoff with the axel. This is the first of the jumps we take off from backwards, and it'll be a back inside edge that takes off and dictates the Salchow.
Back inside edge takeoff, little movement on that free leg. There's the Salchow. Now we're going to take a look at the loop jump. Now this is the one jump that does not have a second leg assist, like a toe pick or like the use of the free leg. There's just one edge. The free leg is crossed in front of the takeoff edge, and it just pretty much stays there through the takeoff and into the air rotation position. Just one edge in and one edge out. That's a look at the loop jump. Now we're going to take a look at the toe loop, which is different than the axel and the Salchow. Those were edge jumps. This is the first toe jump that you're going to see, Mark.
Yes, and there are lots of different entries into the toe loop, but the important part is that the final edge is on our back outside edge, and we tap in to assist the takeoff.
Well, not too bad. Good extension on the landing.
That's all I've got.
And now we're going to take a look at the flip jump. Now, once again, this jump uses the toe pick to help lift the skater in the air. Mark?
And like the toe loop, there are lots of different entries that the skaters will use to get to the jump, but the important part here is a back inside edge on takeoff.
You know, you cover up a lot of flaws with that nice extension.
I mean, you hell if I know it.
Now we're going to take a look at the Lutz jump. This is quite similar to the flip jump, except the takeoff edge is an outside as opposed to the flip being an inside. Kind of a little complicated and difficult to see so quickly. Mark?
Yes, difficult to spot, but should the skater take off with the incorrect edge, it can have big implications on their points.
Nice, strong back outside edge, good strong pick, beautiful extensions. And that is the Lutz.
And now you hopefully know the differences between the different figure skating jumps, so please try and test yourself when you're watching some of the world's best figure skaters.
Warm-up Group 5. The following skaters may now take the ice for a 6 minutes warm-up. Sophia Lampernu, Greece, Leuko Oka, Japan, Leah Lubenova, Bulgaria, Yihan Wang, China, Sienna Kezmmer, Australia, and Oola Znikar, Slovenia.
Welcome back, everyone, to Baku, group number 5 in the women's short program, day number 1. I'm Ted Bart, Mark Hanratty joining me from his home in Nottingham, and we've just had a long debate. Mark and I have lots of chats, offline, which we don't open up, but we will at a certain time, just sort of different ideas where skating is going, and there's always so many people around the world that have opinions which are very valid opinions, but they're all different opinions. So the question is, how do you bring different opinions from different cultures and different perspectives together into one sport that makes everybody happy as to how it's looked at? So that's sort of an overall summary of our discussion, and so, but we don't have enough time to go through that right now. But it was good. That was very interesting indeed.
Well, for me, now seeing you there in Azerbaijan and having been in China and Beijing last week, and me being in Sheffield, so, within, a few days we've been in lots of different nations where there are lots of different passionate people regarding our sport. That said, we're also mindful that we need to attract more people to the sport. There are an absolute plethora, masses of humans that are devoting their life to ice skating, but that offers lots of different opinions on how to help transcend the sport to a different echelon.
Well, personally, one of the things that I felt not to do with the rules of the sport, that will be decided by committee members, et cetera, so experts and everything, is that the sport needs to be covered better. And I don't mean the amount of time, we're covering Junior Grand Prix a lot, which is good. But we're covering skating, but there's hundreds of people that we're covering, and we don't really know too much about their stories. And so their stories are interesting, but where is enough time to be able to tell those stories? We try to do a good job with that. I think for the large part we do, but there's a limited amount of time. So is there a better way that the world can see skating? Is there more opportunity? Yes, live streaming provides way more opportunity, but is there a better way we can actually broadcast it and engage people into this person that we're watching on screen right now? Just did a beautiful triple lutz. What was the story to get here? There's not enough time to tell everyone's stories, of course, all the time, but it's engaging with the people who are the players, the skaters, in a better way. And can we do a better job in describing how the sport is done, skated? We try to do a good job in that, and judge, and that's hard too. So, yeah. Okay, I just rambled on there for a while. So
I didn't know where you were going with that. Where's the
no, well, I was just trying to say, I mean, but we talked about the rule stuff. That's up to other people. But can television broadcast do a better job to engage more people?
Yeah, and how do we entice people that are perhaps not lifelong diehard skating fans? The people on screen now are at this level fully committed to the sport, and thus likely to always have a connection to the sport. So, Yihan Wang on screen now, she is likely, I'm sure, to always be connected to the sport of skating. To be that good, she's devoted her life to it. But how do we get more people that respect her to stay tuned and drawn in?
One of the realities is that the popularity of the sport was because of the controversy. Yes, there's a certain amount of people, a big amount of people, that love the sport, love the music, love the creative, love the dresses, love everything about the sport. Us and thousands of others. But from a huge global perspective, our biggest audiences were through controversy. And so then when the system was created, it was to but to reduce the amount of controversy by making it more objective. Not totally objective, this is for sure, but to reduce the controversy. So did we lose a sizable audience because all of a sudden there was, I hate that judge, or I hate this, or I don't like that, and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, we probably did. But is that what you want? So that's a question for others to answer for sure. So, yeah.
Oh, yes, I wonder what I quite often sense is that those that were not elite competitive skaters, such as this group of skaters on the ice currently, they're the ones that like the concept of the drama or the controversy.
Yeah, controversy.
But they haven't necessarily been those under the spotlight of it. I know that so often skaters will say to us, "Oh, thank you for the kindness and the compassion because we've had scrutiny as an elite skater." That was what I felt. So how, I don't want to be causing dramas and controversy. I want to celebrate them, but I want people to join us in that celebration, not only tune in because they see drama and jeopardy.
Well, but certainly a big portion of society likes that stuff. And look at the reality TV shows. It's all about the drama. What's it called? Where they watch you. I can't remember.
Love Island and Big Brother and
Big Brother and things like that, where it's all about the human interaction, mostly with anger and sometimes with love and all that kind of stuff like that. But that's what feeds a lot of the shows. So that's just part of life, I guess. People like controversy. But, yeah. Anyways, okay. Discussion done. Let's get on with this. Group number 5. See, it's good and bad when you and I work together with a 6-minute warm-up. we ramble
more
on.
than 6 minutes.
Yeah, seems like it. Here we go. Group number 5. Our first skater represents Greece, 14-year-old Sophia Lampernu. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season, second Junior Grand Prix this fall, 30th in Ankara. Personal best in the short program was 40.53. She hopes to improve on that score right now as she will skate to Romeo and Juliet.
Sophia Lampernu going for a triple loop on this occasion. That a marked enhancement than we've seen from her in the past. And this is the skater that some of you from the Junior Grand Prix may remember skates in the tiniest of ice rinks in Athens, and that rink was closed until mid-September. So since we saw her in Ankara, they've only had 1 week of training because the tiny rink that they have wasn't even available all of the time And so then seeing Sophia go out there and go for the triple loop this time, just an amazing commitment to how committed she indeed is.
Yeah, and look how aggressive she was, and just the basic skating, just powering out of those corners. In a small rink, you don't get that space to work with, but here you do. The double lutz, double toe loop. She's got a lot of really nice basics. It's just she doesn't have the same facilities, or probably the same amount of ice time. There's the triple loop, a little far back, and that will go as a downgrade, which it does. But good mechanics on the takeoff.
Yeah, and as you said, skating skills-wise, you can see through the cluster, the combination of turns, and even here, there's good draw on the edges. Then there was she did a simple three-turn, a left-forward outside three-turn that had such good flow and reaction. So the skating skills that have been given to her by Paniotis and Marcusios, really good.
Yeah, and you'd wonder, like, if she had more ice time in the facility, what would that be? Because she's certainly got the basic skills. But the sport is so difficult, you have to put the time in to get to the top level. Here we go. Okay, there's a... I'm not sure what it is. There's the heart, we get that. Lovely.
Please.
Nice job.
Sophia Lampernu,
Let's take a look at the score. Season's best at 40.87. And that'll put Sophia currently into 15th place.
Currently brings her to the 15th.
Coach looks happy. Skaters wondering, just thinking about it here. Good skater, nice performance. Some work to do, but you're on the right course. So we take a look at our next competitor from Japan, 16-year-old Leuko Oka. First year in the Junior Grand Prix, but second event, she took gold in Ankara. She's looking for a top 2 finish here to secure her trip to Nagoya in early December. She'll take to the starting position and skate the short program to Moment Magical.
Japan's Leuko Oka finishes a short program that really garnered my respects and attention. And the concept is that she's inspired by a peacock, and that the peacock is spreading its feathers as if to say, look at my beauty, in the same way that Mayoko is stepping out into the international skating world. And it's, you know, such an impressive debut. There's so much to admire about this skater. But that said, a skater that has achieved a higher junior Grand Prix score than the junior world champion Mao Shimata already this season is not going to achieve the same with this mistake. Triple loops was fine, but not this triple loop.
Yeah, on an angle, kind of a mistimed pick, so that was problematic. Right up in the double axel here. What a beautiful program, what a beautiful skater, wonderful choreography, I believe by Caitlin Weaver.
It was Kana Murumoto. Caitlin did the free skate.
Oh, sorry.
Kana Murumoto was the short.
Oh, pardon me. My mistake. Maybe a little under on the loop. It is under in the system as well. But what a brilliant program and delivery of it.
Yeah, and the concept, you know, the concept of the peacock, the music was unique. The concept is definitely unique, but it's delivered in such a way that you can resonate with what they're trying to showcase here. The costume helps for sure, but it doesn't have the same impact today because of the two technical element mistake on the combo and the loop.
Yeah.
I love this.
I think somebody who saw it for the first time would say it's pretty special, but we've seen it, you know, clean. So, yeah. Look, she's big smile, still enjoying this process on the Junior Grand Prix. What a delightful skater, program, costume, the whole thing. 58.03 for the short program. Now it'll put her currently into third place. Those mistakes were costly. It's a sport. And points are attached to that, but she's still very much in range.
Next to skate represents
Our next competitor represents Bulgaria, 15-year-old Leah Lubenova. She is the Bulgarian junior champion, 38th at the Junior World Championships last season. And her personal best from last year on the juniors was 44.51. And she will skate the short program to In Memoriam by Kirill Richter.
Never know how much I love you. Never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, I get a fever that's so hard to bear. You give me fever, you give me fever, you give me fever, you give me fever, you give me fever,
Well, clearly, Mark, that was not in memoriam.
Leah
That was fever.
Lubenova, Bulgaria.
My mistake.
Oh, good. And Leah Lubenova definitely skating in a way that was much more appropriate to the fever.
Yeah.
That was the music she had elected to skate to. And now the challenge for Leah will just be to see what the technical panel think of the rotation delivered on the jumping passes, because the triple sacco, triple toe combination that we see here, quite a lot of pre-rotation, and there's a lot of under-rotation, if not downgrade there.
Downgrade on the triple toe for sure. And even this double axel. Here's the triple loop. And that is downgraded. And double axel is fine.
She has really good core body awareness. You can see even within this twizzle and the reverse power and this body kick, she's really engaged in her core and in her tummy muscles. It's very impressive the way in which she has the body control there. It's just the way in which her score sheet is really decimated by those under rotations. So now for the triple, she comes in with now just a score of 3 points. Whereas if she can manage to generate more airtime, assume the rotational position faster, she could be radically transforming her score sheet.
Yeah, totally. And I think the jumps are just a little bit yanked around the corner and not flowing off a continuous edge to carry that momentum. Because momentum is energy. And if you convert that energy on a takeoff that is going across the ice as opposed to around a corner, it's going to help you through the jump. But it always feels a little empty taking off that way, but it really helps you. And a little work on that will be a great improvement for her.
The scores, please.
I like the skating skills. Good control of the body.
Yeah. She has a 44.51 as her personal best, but this score here is a bit short of that with a 41.33. That'll put Leah currently into 16th place.
Which currently brings her to the 16th place. Next is Kayn.
Our next competitor is from China, 15-year-old Yihan Wang. Fourth Junior Grand Prix season. She was the first Chinese single skater to ever win Junior Grand Prix back in 2024. She won bronze in Varese, and she'll need a top 2 finish here to have a chance to make the final. Well, Mark, that was awesome.
Just fantastic. And what I actually find really interesting here in watching Yihan Wang from China is when I first saw this program, I was like, oh, it's cool, it's okay, but I didn't think that it connected with the skater. But Benoit Richaud was explaining that the whole concept about this short program was to give her the opportunity to discover another part of herself. And he said that during the process, it was transformative in what he saw with this young woman developing increased confidence. I think when she's competing, she's understandably focused on the technical stuff, but on this occasion, I felt like we saw a little bit of a glimpse into what maybe the skater will become as a senior.
And I think for Benoit, there's, as we take a look at the triple Lutz, triple toe loop on the quarter on the toe loop, is that she is starting to mature as a performer, and you can't give these young skaters something and expect them to be brilliant delivering your choreography so quickly. So it's done in stages. As we take a look at the triple loop, that was solid, and we can start to see her really mature and grow in this performance. It was really, really beautiful on this night.
And she does have, Yihan Wang has such a refined body awareness. She skates, as Benoit admitted and acknowledged, in a very classical alignment. She's got great body alignment. You can see the way that she holds her body is refined. But little moments like that, the queen, holding the crown on her head, there's a story behind that. There's a concept that's in fitting with this kind of stylization of the music. And although, we might expect other skaters at this stage to embrace the characterization more, what has been done for Yihan Wang is a little bit of an investment, I think, in the future performer that she will become, which wouldn't have been allowed to happen if she'd stuck with the style of music that is befitting of the style of skating.
Yeah, she's creating a larger menu of options for her as she moves up into senior, and that's so important, and you can only extend that by trying them. And this has been a successful, in my opinion anyways, a successful journey for her with this performance. Let's take a look at the scores.
Yihan Wang, China, has
Season's best at 60.96, and that puts her currently into second place. So good skate, good score, good placement. Still some skaters yet to come, some good ones. But there she is in second place.
Next to skate, representing.
Our next skater represents Australia, Sienna Kezmmer. 17 years old, Sienna won the bronze in senior at Australian Nationals. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season. And as she gets ready to take her spot, she will skate the short program to David's writings.
Sienna Kezmmer, representing Australia, a skater that is totally committed to her future participation internationally. She's first time in this part of the world, but heading to Almaty for the Dennis 10 Memorial after this. And the skater has actually recently relocated her training base to Melbourne with her coach, Emilia from Brisbane, where ice conditions are much better. So knowing that Sienna is totally committed is going to help to motivate her this season as we see the opening triple loop.
Landing on the quarter, there's the triple salchow, up into the double toe loop. It's hard to get that done under rotation on the salchow. And then the double ox a little bit later in the program. And has to step out of that over rotation, in fact. But it says landing on the quarter, but her upper body kept turning.
As we see Sienna working through the flying sit spin, it's just interesting to consider now, this is not the skate that she would have been hoping for, what she's capable of, but I worried previously about athletes who were in back-to-back assignments as Emilia Asan, coach and choreographer, joins her. But we saw Petra Lati from New Zealand last week going back-to-back assignments and managed to make huge leaps in the segment scores. So hopefully Sienna can utilize this for the rest of the season, given that she's early on.
Back-to-back competitions are a wonderful learning ground. They may not be a wonderful results ground. They can be, but they're a wonderful learning ground because you're just completely focused on how to manage yourself in competition. So it's not a bad thing to do along the way. Let's take a look at the scores for Sienna. 39.71, and that will put her currently into 19th place.
Which currently brings her to the 19th place. Next to skate.
Our next skater representing Slovenia, 16-year-old Oola Znikar, Slovenian junior champion. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. And she's going to skate the short program here. You can tell by the costume. Well, kind of could tell by the costume. She'll skate to Strange Birds.
Ghost, you're listening. I like most, you don't miss a thing. You see the truth. I walk the halls invisibly. I climb the walls, no one sees me. No one but you. You've always loved the strange birds. Now I want to fly into your world. I want to be heard. My wounded wings still beating. You've always loved the stranger inside.
Slovenia's Oola Znikar completes her short program, and this is a skater that we haven't seen on the Junior Grand Prix before, so we have no frame of reference. But you were saying, Ted, that even in practice, Oola was gaining attention for some of the refinement that she showed.
Yeah, I sort of, you don't know all the skaters, especially if they haven't been on the Junior Grand Prix yet. And she caught my eye, and I'm going, wow, she's really good. Like, where's she from? And I looked it up on the phone, and I took a look, and then she delivered this beautiful program here in competition. So really lovely. And you'd mentioned off air that, isn't it nice when we see someone sort of takes our eyes who we have not seen before, like a new discovery type of thing. So this young woman fits into that category. A lovely program, soft interpretation, triple sow, double toe, and I thought it was just beautiful.
And what I love is that the loop and the salco and the axle were indisputable in rotation. I'm always, we reference it all the time, but a skater that makes it really easy for the technical panel to call the jump fully rotated. I love that. For Oola, she's got a nice line, but perhaps the nerves of the occasion made her cut short the landing edge. So if she can stay down in the knees, those fully rotated jumps could be getting a really good grade of execution. They were fully rotated, but just a little bit tight, so she didn't let the edge run. But
yeah, edge, yeah. You're being super picky there, buddy.
Sorry, Oola.
No,
I like it. We like it.
Yeah, we love it. It's awesome.
The scores, please.
Short program scores for Oola, 45.27. That is 15th. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Well, we thought you were terrific, and certainly there's lots of areas to work on, but you've got so many things that are already accomplished and some really nice qualities. We enjoyed that program.
Warm-up group 6. The following skaters.
Our final group. We're on the last group, Mark. Group number 6. Yeah.
You've hustled a lot longer than, well, I've hustled in a different way today.
Yeah, exactly. As we take a look at the standings so far, Sophia Shiffrin from Israel still in first place. And I wonder when she skated with it, she knew, if she would last that long on that top spot. There's still 6 to come, of course.
And it's interesting, the concept of different events, different scores that are perhaps necessary for success. Because if you think about the event in Varese in Italy, then the score that Sophia Shiffrin has would have stayed in second place. However, if we cast our minds back to Riga in Latvia, then the score that Sophia had, which leads the field thus far, would be in 6th place. So sometimes different events, different standards. Yep. Who knows, because we've still got 6 more to go, and 6 more that many of whom could be in contention with Yusong Kim, Aruna Murakami, and Leandra Zimpukakas, all being previously pretty successful on the JTP.
Yeah, exactly. So the chapter is not finished. Much more to come.
Yeah.
Okay, Mark, what do you got?
I've got, so discussions today. When I was presenting the seminar today, I hosted a little live Q&A. So as opposed to a virtual question and answer session, I was with the skaters. And quite often when I have been a part of seminars within the UK for adult skating, the adult skating community, there is a lot of discussion about the work that I do in the TV show, the reality TV show Dancing on Ice, which took celebrity skaters to our sport. Whereas now, what I noticed in today's event was there was a lot more discussion about now the commentary and the involvement in the competitive skating world, which was interesting because that was novel for me, not to be talking about all things, dancing on ice. And within that, there was, again, confirmation of the passion that is surrounding our sport, fans that are really invested in their opinions on what's necessary. And indeed, the discussion about the different components came up, and within that discussion point today, there was talk about the judges and others that had been listening into our previous discussion point on the Junior Grand Prix this season had said how much they liked the concept of perhaps having different judges for different components. And I said, it would be amazing to have perhaps a judge that has the skating skills as their remit, and then a judge that has the presentation as theirs, and a judge that has the other component, the composition, as their remit. But even within that discussion, as we continue to debate the merits of different judges for different aspects of the sport, came the confusion because we were referencing the likes of Yuma Kageyama, the Japanese skater who showcases just such beautiful movement, against Ilya Malinin, both of whom are front runners for potential Olympic gold, and come with almost polar opposite ideas about the way they want to express themselves and in the sport. Some were debating why they were saying who they preferred, but I can play devil's advocate really for both. I can respect one skater's approach, which is more of a purist and more of a classical stylization, and I can respect and admire somebody that has a completely polar opposite kind of energy. And it's what makes our sport both so fascinating and intriguing, but also perhaps what makes it so frustrating for some, because they struggle to share the same mindset as another viewer.
Well, we watch skating like a variety show. Every number is a little bit different coming out. So in the end, if you're watching a variety show in the theater, and how does it get judged? Because they're all good at what they do, but it's which one you like the most. Well, what do you mean by like? Okay, different people are attracted to different rhythms and different themes and different costumes and different everything. So essentially, in some ways, but there has to be a core assessment. Core assessment information or data that are required, right? Which is what we have now. The problem with this is it's just hard to explain. But the neat thing about our sport is that it's so interesting. Every skater can be different, particularly in the dance teams, and it's so entertaining. It can be up for debate. The problem is how do you shift it that is still fair to the athlete, so they know that they have control over their result and not just opinion based because everybody liked my music. Right, so
yeah,
that was the core of the current system we have, is giving the control to the athlete, because they'll know what points they lost and what they got based on the system. Maybe it's not the most entertaining, but it is a system.
And I think
there is 1 minute left in this warm-up.
there's 1 minute left. 1 minute for me to give some ideas about skating skills. It was an interesting discussion point that we've had with some of the judging community and some of the people involved in the sport, whether or not AI could be used as an aspect within the program component scores. And to bring in something like AI would make it more tangible, would make something that the community or the skaters could not debate so much. However, that argues the point, though, that if you give more sort of factual-based AI kind of ideas and statistics, then you lose what is the glorious part about our sport, whereby it can be artistic and subjective. So it's a fine line to tread.
No, humans are judging humans to a certain degree. We've reduced the amount of that in the current system, but it's emotional. Life is emotional. Performance is emotional. Music is emotional. Choreography is emotional. Stories are emotional. And we cannot lose that emotional component of our sport. Yeah, we may not like the end result because the people that are making the judgment have a different emotion than we have. But I don't know. There isn't an answer. Everyone's going to have an opinion, and I'm happy that other people have to make decisions. Right? So,
we'll keep debating it.
Exactly. Well, it feels warm-up times. Okay, the final 6 skaters, day 1 here in the women's short program from Baku, Azerbaijan. As we take a look at our first skater in this group, representing Peru, 18-year-old Sophria Bravo. She trains in Merano, Italy, and she has a personal best of just 27.77 points. That was last year in Wuji, the final junior Grand Prix of the season. And she'll skate the short program to Princess of Persia.
Sophria Bravo representing Peru, a skater that has worked hard over the summer. She traveled with her coach Katarina to Finland for the collaboration that they had with Alina Meyer-Virtanen, and didn't change her programs because she was pursuing more technical mastery and more jump content to utilize. But that said, the pressure perhaps and the desire to represent Peru so brilliantly on the Junior Grand Prix has maybe been what has forced Sarah to pop some of the elements and struggle through that performance.
Yeah, I spoke with Katarina today, and she's just, thrilled to be here and wanted me to say hello to you, Mark. And she so much enjoys working with this young woman from Peru. There's going to be a triple Salchow attempt, but that pops into single, just apprehensive going in. There's the triple loop, gets into rotation. That is under-rotated, so it wasn't downgraded. That's good. Double axel, and too far outside the circle, slips off the back of the blade. It's kind of an awkward fall.
But I think for us now, seeing the loop and then knowing that Sarah can do the triple Salchow, knowing that she obviously can do the double axel, she comes in this season with the potential to get so much higher than she achieved in Wuxi at the Junior Grand Prix last year. It's just one thing, being able to do in practice and then deliver under performance, and hopefully now all the work that was done in the summer in both Finland and in the training location in Merano in Italy can be showcased as the competitive spirit and the competitive experiences become underway for Sarah, because she may be doubling up and doing some senior events as well, and that'll give her more opportunity to amass the competitive experience this season to deliver what she showcased in the summer.
There's so much learning can happen in the practice rink, but if you're a competitor, the same amount, or if not more, is to happen in the competitive environment, because you have to adapt to all the different items that come up along the way, your mind, the food, the travel, all those types of things, to be able to apply what you've learned at home on the road.
You can see now for Sarah, she just turned 18. She turned 18 on Saturday, so as an adult now, she knows what she wants, and she wants success here, and this is just going to be tough to accept.
Yeah, 23.38 points for Sarah. That'll put her in 29th place.
Which currently brings her to the 20th.
She'll think about it. She'll take a look at the report card, or the PDF, as you say, evaluate that, get back to work, and then put it into competition again. It's always that process.
Next to skate, representing Estonia.
Our next competitor represents Estonia, Sophia Acrossa, 14 years old, new to the Junior Grand Prix. And she'll skate to Snowstorm, number 4, Romance. Well, Mark, there's not often that skaters keep us silent when we are watching a program because we can talk to each other. And this young woman certainly did that. That was magical skating skills, performance. That was just a beautiful, beautiful skate.
Yeah, some amazing run of the blade. The way in which Sophia Acrossa, representing Estonia, managed to pull each edge to keep the run of the blade here. The forward rocker into the triple loop. You can see every edge had an acceleration, probably more so through the skating skills than on the jump landings. But here, again, pulling the edge, drawing every edge. That is skating skill.
Yeah, and although the jumps are still, I don't want to say small, but, not, oh, look at this. That leg tucked behind in that sit-spin, that was just a magnificent, difficult position. So well done. But it's really her skating skills that caught my eye and just made us be quiet and watch, because she wove a spell over you with the music and her skating skills right here.
This
it's just sort
forward
of
rocker.
Yeah.
She did like a really interesting combination of turns that is just so not conventional. Most skaters will use a similar types of turns within their step sequence because they naturally worked together. But here, just the clockwise rotation twizzle with the Euler out, and then is it here? Rocker, bracket. But I was just, her command of the blade and the body through some of the difficult turns.
Yeah.
Really, really impressive.
It's at an extremely high level. And she's 14, so much more to come.
She did say, Sophia had said, I'd been reading on her social media that she was skating before she was even born in her mother's tummy. Now, our coach, Katerina Nekrasova, was a world championship competitor in pairs, actually. And her mom actually, I'm pretty sure that her mom's going on to coach other Estonian pair skaters. Maria Sharayeva is one, but she's surpassing herself with the quality that is being displayed in her daughter as well. So
that was fun to watch, that's for sure. It'll be interesting to follow her career as she progresses. Let's take a look at the score, 52.16. That is 7th for Sophia.
Which brings her currently to the 7th spot.
She gives a small nod of approval. Yeah, it's okay. It's a good score. Wow, that was lovely. Our next competitor represents Switzerland, 16-year-old Leandra Zimpukakas. She is the Swiss junior champion, 9th at the Junior Worlds last year. This is her second Junior Grand Prix event this year. She was 5th in Ankara. She has a 63.22 personal best in the short program. She'd love to have that score here right now.
Leandra Zimpukakas representing Switzerland, the 16-year-old who just to me has such her own defined style, and she's working with Artem Fedorchenko, a choreographer who I'm seeing utilized more and more. And the combination of Leandra's energy and this new unique choreographer is standout.
I agree with you. She has something special of her own. She owns it. Some skaters, they're all a little bit different, but they're a little bit the same as well. But when you have your own trademark, you don't know what, sometimes it's hard to explain what that is, but she has something that's unique and different to her, and which makes it very enjoyable to watch. There's the double axel down the boards of the judges, and then she looks back at them.
Yeah, straight out of the kind of Kaori Sakamoto stylization as we see the triple loop.
Yeah, nice. And here is triple Lutz. There it is, up into the triple toe, which is downgraded for sure. It is, yeah, it was way under. Didn't get any lift or quick enough into it. But some of the steps here, Mark, was a little shimmy there.
Well, even that, kind of the shimmy, this kind of Euler toe loop. Obviously here she's working through difficult turns, but it's unique in its movement. It's not conventional. But, the sport is the sport, and so the triple Lutz triple toe that Sophia Shiffrin had with the full rotation on the toe loop and the good grade of execution had 11.2 points. The triple Lutz triple toe that was downgraded for Leandra is less than 6. So, it's 5 points. And it just shows, she saved it for later in the program. She'd risked more than Sophia Shiffrin had by putting the jump combo later in the program, but effectively that's found her 5 points adrift of the leader with just that one element. Just that one element. Sindra joined in the Chrissy crowd.
No, really nice.
Prizes, eh?
Yeah, really nice skater and unique in her own way, but it's still sport. And you have to produce those technical elements. 55.22 for Leandra. That'll put her 7th in the short program. Third place has 60. So she's 5 points out of third at the moment, which is not out of range. And there is our next skater representing Japan, Aruna Murakami. 17 years old. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season, second event, placing 4th in Ankara in week 2. Former pair skater. And she'll skate to the sound of silence.
Aruna Murakami.
Japan's Aruna Murakami, who I felt so sorry for Ted in Ankara. She was actually third in both the short program and the free skate in her first Junior Grand Prix assignment of this season. But the way things worked out at that event, she was nudged just off the podium by less than a point. Here, I'm also really mindful for Aruna Murakami. She and her pair partner, she wasn't age eligible to go into seniors, and he was, and so eventually it had to come to a parting of ways. Her partner has now gone on and just qualified an Olympic spot in pairs in Beijing, and Aruna Murakami was so hoping that she would have a glorious short program here for herself, but you could see from this opening double axel she just didn't look to be comfortable from the outset of the program.
Yeah, she gets the free leg back in time, but just barely, and then comes the triple loop. That was no problem, that was lovely. And here is the killer relay. Triple Salchow, looked good. Triple toe loop. The feet did not stick together and missed time, so she didn't get any lift on that, and that is obviously a double toe.
And there was also an issue with the camel spin. I think she missed the inside edge, didn't sustain that for long enough. So a skater who had level 4 and everything previously, getting lower levels today. But you can see from her movement, she's a beautiful skater.
She's a
it's
beautiful
a beautiful program by Kana.
Yeah,
Muramoto.
totally. Yeah.
And I love the energy that Satsuki Muramoto brings to the athletes in the Kiss and Cry. She just feels like such a supportive.
She's very vibrant and she's sunshine, really. Yeah, and so warm and supportive. And that's
is, you know.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, that's what you want when you've had the difficult skate. I think for any teenager, or 17-year-old, you do want to feel supported and looked after.
Yeah. And there's always information, but it's just factual information, not emotional information as to what went wrong or why or whatever the case may be. But you don't need to add on to the feelings they already have. You need to sort of boost them up, but then deal with reality. Let's take a look at the scores. 51.23 for Aruna. That will put her currently into 10th place.
Which brings her currently to the 10th place.
Our next skater represents Belgium, 13-year-old Loo Remison. First Junior Grand Prix season, but second event this fall, placing a very respectful 11th in Ankara in week 2. She is the Belgium junior champion, and she'll skate to I Dream to Dream from Les Miserables.
There was a time God, and there was a song, and they weren't inviting. There was a time love was blind, and the world was a song, and the song was exciting. There was a time, and it all went wrong. I dreamed a dream in time gone by, and hope was high, and life worth living. There was no ransom to be paid, no song sung, no wine untasted. But the tigers come at night, with their voices so distant as they turn your dream to shame. Still I dream you'll come to me, that we will live the years together. There are dreams that cannot be, and
Mark, remember a little earlier in the Junior Grand Prix, we were asked what one of our favorite pieces of music that people skate to, and I said Les Miserables. But I've always felt that it was never done to the strength of the musical itself. This young woman has gotten close to it. I thought that was a spectacular choreography, beautifully presented. This was very special, and now I can see Les Mis can be done to the level in which it was intended for the stage.
And here we see the triplets, who was only ever intending to do triplets double toe, but does then the toe steps afterwards with such delicacy and musicality. This line is just beautiful. And Loo Remison, when she did her first Junior Grand Prix this season, already showcased huge potential, and the collaboration between her mother, who's coach, and Benoit, the choreographer, has created this beautiful skater. But in this program, as we look at the triple loop, she, on this occasion, appeared to just lose and increase confidence. Her first outing on the Junior Grand Prix looked to be just a competitor in their first Junior Grand Prix. This was somebody who appeared to be confident enough to showcase what she's been taught. The line's stunning, but the intention behind the line with the music is totally on point. And the fact that she's just 13, and I'm looking at my numbers and trying to count, she's only 13. And yet the maturity of movement and deftness of touch is one that's obviously been really well honed between her and the coaching staff.
This skater on this day with this music really grabbed my attention. Like, it made me look up and said, this is a beautiful performance. I don't know what the scores are going to be. I can see them now. They're coming in. It's good. But the point is, this is very special. And that's what's so wonderful about our sport is they're all wonderful skaters and they're all wonderful people. There's no question. But periodically, you have that one performance. And it may not always be like that, but that one performance that says, oh, whoa, look at that. And that's what this young woman did for me on this day. That was a beautiful performance. We'll take a look at the scores. It is a sport, so let's take a look at the scores for Leilou. 55.56. It's the season's best, and that puts her in 7th place. There's a quarter.
Interestingly, presentation component was higher than the leader. It's the tech stuff that is.
There you go.
Not help.
There you go. Lovely. Bright future. Be fun to watch you continue. Our next competitor represents Korea. 16-year-old Yusun Kim. 3rd Junior Grand Prix season, 2nd event this fall. She was 5th in Riga in week 1. Would need to be stunning and take the title here to have a chance at Nagoya, but it's always something more than that. She'll skate to Claire de Lune.
The final skater in the women's short program in Baku, Yusong Kim from Korea, skater who has not just won Junior Grand Prix in the past before, but twice she's been a Junior Grand Prix finalist. This was not the skate for Yusong Kim. However, in the context of this competition, she may be okay because it's a relatively low-scoring event, so there haven't been as many strong contenders as we see the spread eagle into the double axel.
Yeah, that's a good point. The scores have been a little bit lower. There's the triple loop. That was nice and clean. Beautifully presented to the judging panel as well. Exactly. There's the triple flip. This was a little bit of a squeaker right there. Has to step out. Can't get the free leg back in time. And here are some of the steps. Beautiful body movement right into the layback spin, which is level 4. Just the flying sit spin was level 3. But the other 2 spins were 4s. Yep.
Just, isn't it amazing that Hyung Kyung Choi is, she's just air miles.
She's been following us. She's been following us on every Junior Grand Prix. We saw her in Beijing last week. I traveled with her here, so she's on a 2-month like me. She's on a 2-month tour. She goes to some challengers now, I think.
What commitment Hyung Kyung Choi is giving to Yusong Kim and all her students, following them everywhere.
And she was telling me that back at home she has a good coaching staff doing the work with the young skaters coming up. So, you know, she's got it all planned out. Let's take a look at the scores for Yusong Kim. 59.68. That's the season's best. And that'll put her currently into 4th place, but certainly within striking distance of the podium. As we're going to take a look at the standings, there's 61, 60, 59, 59, 58. Look, it's all so close. It's going to be a big shift, perhaps, maybe, in the free program as we'll take a look at the final standings in this event. The end of day 1, 61, 60, 59, 59, 58, 57, 55. Wow. That's going to be fun. A lot of good skaters there.
Yeah, and interesting, as I mentioned, it's a lower scoring event, and perhaps the scores that some of the skaters were posting through the duration of the competition might have found them more despondent, but now in retrospect there's still a proximity that makes the room for change in the free skate definite.
Absolutely. So Mark, tomorrow you will be there for sure.
I will.
And we will be covering the rhythm dance tomorrow starting at 1500 hours here in Baku, 3 in the afternoon for you North Americans. So you won't want to miss that. Mark Hanratty will be running that. I'll be on as well, of course, and then that'll be followed by the men's free program. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage here on day 1 from Baku, Azerbaijan. I'm Ted Barton with Mark Hanratty and all the crew here. Thank you for watching. Good night, everyone.